our conference. We want to end on time, if not ahead of time. We want to manage time very efficiently and effectively. We'll start by we'll start with three presentations. Agenda 2063, African Continental Free Trade Area, and AGA, African Government Architecture, African Governance Architecture. Then we'll have a group photo and tea quickly. We come back. We proceed to ratification of AU instruments. And I'm happy the presenters are here. Thereafter, we go into, as I said yesterday, putting PAP a bit on the couch, seeing how PAP has been working with national parliaments, then close the session, then we'll be heading to closing the day, of course, with lunch in between. So without much ado, I will invite the chairperson of the next session, Vice President Honorable Ango, to take the lead. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I have a note here for us to celebrate.
And all distinguished guests here present today. Yesterday was a very full day. It was indeed a very full day, and we managed to accomplish a lot. And that is why we hope that this morning we will be able to move a little faster. And we should be able to move a little faster because a lot of the work has already been done. We have discussed most of the issues through the various declarations made by speakers yesterday. And so we have a number of themes to cover today. And so without further ado, I would like to begin with Agenda 2063, the special project and role of the Pan-African Parliament in achieving Agenda 2063. As we know, Agenda 2063 is a strategy that was created by the African Union for the social and economic transformation of the continent for the next 50 years. That is what Agenda 2063 is about. And if we want to speak of a prosperous Africa and inclusive economic growth, as well as sustainable development with all of its objectives, we have to achieve Agenda 2063. And so the experts here present will be talking to us about this. We are all wanting better days, better health, better economies, better education, training, agriculture. And remember, yesterday we spoke about the importance of agriculture in terms of achieving our goal of reducing hunger and improving food security and nutrition on the continent. But in order to achieve this objective, the Pan African Parliament has a very important role to play, because everything in this Agenda 2063 is something that we, the African people, need to work on, need to achieve. And that is why we are going to listen attentively to Mr. Brian Muraveri, Chief Technical Advisor on Economic Development, Trade, Industry, and Mining. And he is going to be speaking to us about the update on Agenda 2063. Thank you, Mr. Brian Muraveri. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President, members of Parliament, Honorable Vice Presidents, dear colleagues, members of the media. My name is Brian Mureveri. I'm going to give you a short update this morning regarding Agenda 2063. You may recall that during your sitting in May 2013, when you were celebrating the 50 years of the African Union in Addis Ababa, you undertook a decision to establish a continental blueprint as a document that will lead you for the next 50 years in terms of the national development trajectory of the continent. I am privileged and happy to be speaking to you as the first presenter when the minds are still fresh. And I'll take you through the process of how far we have gone, what it is all about, the Agenda 2063, and my colleagues who usually do the monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of this continental agenda might not be here, but here and there, I'll certainly consult. Thank you. So I'll request colleagues to project my presentation on the slide so that we go through it, because it is more pictorial than a lot of details given the diversity of the members. So what is Agenda 2063? Agenda 2063 is an economic blueprint that is founded on May 2013 in Addis Ababa, having a common vision of the African Union. And I want to emphasize the African Union here to say, the vision says, an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens. I'll stop here briefly, in the sense that when I talk of the driven by own citizens, it is you, honorable members, that should drive this process forward and ensure that it is implemented at member state level. So colleagues, if you can skip to slide number 3, that would be very helpful. So how does it come about? There is a conscious Pan-Africanism that is rising on the continent. And it is you, the honorable members, that brought this idea that we need an Africa that is ours, that we own the process, we occupy the space. So from the Constitutive Act right up to the AU vision, the priority areas which I'll give you through the flagship project, and also I'll talk of the African Continental Free Trade Area, but being one of the flagship projects, I'll mention the AFCFTA towards the end of my presentation. So what are the aspirations of Agenda 2063? Aspiration number 1, a prosperous Africa. This is what we want. We want a continent that is successful. Aspiration number 2, an integrated continent, politically united, and based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism. So there is a commitment already at the executive level, and you as honorable members, in your engagement, you can always remind the executive that there is a commitment that you undertook to implement and see the continent 50 years from now. And of course, the aspect of good governance, human rights, justice, and rule of law. Aspiration number 4, a peaceful and secure Africa. So there is a commitment to ensure that in our engagement, as we drive this agenda forward, we have to be peaceful. It is difficult to register economic growth or development priorities when there is conflict in the continent. And of course, aspiration number 5, which talks of the cultural diversity of our continent. As you navigate around the landscape, you can actually see that we are different in terms of how we dance, how we sing, what we eat. All that diversity is what makes us Africans. And then, of course, it has to be people-driven, which is aspiration number 6. And then lastly, aspiration number 7, it says, Africa is a strong, united, resilient. I wish to mention resilient here. I listened carefully yesterday when there were discussions after the presentation from Africa CDC to ensure that we need a resilient health system. If we are, quite clearly, we are exposed. In my presentation last week, I emphasized that Africa imports 90% of its medicines. And when COVID hit us, we were not prepared. And everyone went into panic mode. We closed the border posts at airports, and everyone was locked at home. We couldn't interact as becoming Africans we are used to because of the challenges. So we need a healthy, resilient ecosystem that can take care of the future pandemics, which are certainly going to come. Because as we witness climate change, it is given that it will come with unintended consequences in terms of global pandemics. Now, what does it aim to do? It is a framework for socio-economic transformation of the continent for the next 50 years. So we are counting from 2013 to 2063. This is how Agenda 2063, the name came from. It builds and seeks to accelerate the implementation of past and existing continental initiatives for growth and sustainable development. So technically, it is a framework. Now, here is a small challenge, which I'm sure honorable members you can address. When you come up with a framework without an implementation mechanism, it becomes a shelf document. So you need to enact legislation at national level that ensures that this framework is implemented. And then lastly, so how then do you drive this process forward? This is where the meat is. Agenda 2063 is 15 flagship projects. I'll go through one by one. Flagship project number 1, integrated high-speed train network. The idea basically, I think colleagues that are doing the projection, you missed the latest version that I shared. The idea basically about the integrated high-speed network is to connect every city in Africa to the other. We mustn't face challenges when moving across the continent. It should be just, if I want to go to Lusaka, if I want to go to Tripoli, if I want to go to Abuja, it should be a seamless process. And then flagship project number 2, African Commodity Strategy. So between 2018 and 8 February 2022, the African Union Commission, in collaboration with partners and regional economic communities, formulated the African Commodity Strategy, and it is publicly available. You can check it on your smartphone. Basically, it is anchored on 3 pillars. 1, agriculture. I listened to Commissioner yesterday when she was speaking via Zoom to say, we have 60% of arable land, but we import food. Numbers indicate that 36 of the 55 African countries import food from outside, mainly Southeast Asia and the US. So it is anchored on agriculture, energy. We export a bulk of our crude oil and import it back as processed. And also, our energy systems are not designed to be resilient or do not take care of the climate change considerations. So we need, again, to find a way in which we incorporate smart energies. And
Isto baseia-se.
Africa is rich. I listened to honorable member from Congo yesterday when he spoke of the resource availability in the Congo. Quite clearly, if we check where is that resource going? It's also going outside. So we need to beneficiate our resources. This is where the future generation lies. This is how you can shape the future that you want, the African vision that you want, that is driven by its own people. So beneficiation of resources is no longer a wishful thinking. It is now a must. And then aspiration number 4. Number 3, we talk of the establishment of the Continental Free Trade Area. I'll skip this part because I'll address it later in the presentation. Aspiration number 4, African passport and free movement of people. Honorable members, this is a very sticky area. Of the 36 countries that signed the protocol on free movement of people, right of residence and establishment, only 4 have ratified. So we as Africans impose restrictions to other Africans when it comes to moving on this continent. Yet we all belong to this continent. We should enable free movement in order for us to be integrated and appreciate the diversity of our people. And also, in order for us, it's difficult to move resources from one country to the other, including regional value chain, because resources move with the person. So if there are restrictions, it poses a challenge. Aspiration number 5, silencing the guns. I will not comment on this one because quite clearly it's going to be an agenda item for some time. Colleagues from Peace and Security can address it. Aspiration number 6, implementation of the Great Inga Dam. The Great Inga Dam was identified as one of the key projects that can give us energy, electricity energy, and it's capable of putting 43,200 megawatts into the grid. So in other words, all regional power pools can benefit from that project because it is centrally located. Aspiration number 7, establishment of a single air transport market. This is a noble undertaking. It is very difficult to move from West Africa to this part of Africa and the reverse. And most of the delegates have been listening. They have to go through France to come back to Africa. So let's try as much as possible to remove any restrictions that can affect the movement of airlines in terms of ownership processes, license, and permits. It should be seamless. I must move from Abuja to Johannesburg within 3 hours. So instead of having a trip that is 5,000 miles, we end up having a trip that is more than 12,000. And that naturally, as you go through the process, the brain fatigue comes in. So you might not necessarily enjoy the trip. Aspiration number 8, establishment of an African Economic Forum. African Economic Forum was a decision that we need to have a multi-stakeholder engagement platform. Now, this has been achieved. Colleagues, I remember the last meeting was done in Mauritius. That's where it is headquartered. So I'm sure the process needs to be revived. It needs a little bit of energy to give it life. But then the process, it involves all officials, the heads of state, honorable members of parliament, the civil society, academia, so that you engage fully among yourself. And it is an inclusive process. Because sometimes what happens when decisions are being made, there's always a sector that is left out. And historically, we are quite having the experience that in our planning process, we have left out the women and youth for some time, and they are now requesting their space. So this is a forum, again, to give that opportunity. Aspiration number 9, establishment of African financial institutions. Now, on 22 July in Lusaka, the ministers of finance met during the ordinary summit session of the Specialized Technical Committee on Finance and agreed that this process should move forward. And that was the time when His Excellency President Nana Akufo of Ghana was appointed to champion the process. So we have confidence at political level that this will take off. Because then, as you notice in one of the slides, we need African financial institutions, African Investment Bank, Africa Development Bank, so many. That ecosystem of financial system, it needs to be established, and someone has to give it political impetus. Aspiration number 10, Pan-African e-network. Now, what happened is during COVID, maybe you did not notice, during COVID, people interacted among themselves a lot, checking on each other. How are you? Are you okay? Are you safe? Now, we also learned that students can learn online. So it's possible that we can facilitate this process. And colleagues from Science and Technology of the African Union are leading this process. And then number 11, African Outer Space Strategy. Now, I think occupying our space is no longer a luxury we can ignore. We need a footprint up there so that we are monitoring what happens on the continent, because without that, someone will do it for you and give you a price for it. So the outer space strategy is ongoing. I understand in one of the summit decisions, you took a decision through the assembly when they met in Addis Ababa to designate, I'm sure it's the Republic of Egypt that is hosting the Africa Space Agency. And then aspiration number 11, Pan-African Virtual and E-University. Quite clearly, everyone now has a smartphone, so which means you can learn at your own comfort. So I think at some point, we need to make a decision which gives us the impetus to ensure that those that are marginalized, especially the rural community, can have an opportunity to learn and appreciate the new development. So we need an inclusive, we need to move together. Let's not leave anyone behind. Aspiration number 13, cybersecurity. So cybersecurity is something that is very important. Someone can, I'm sure you notice that every now and then you receive an unsolicited email and you wonder how that person got your email address. It's because the cyberspace is not secure anymore. We need to find a way in which we occupy that space and ensure that it complies. There are no unintended losses in our governments, in our financial system, in our digital identity, and all that stuff that comes with it. Aspiration number 14, Great African Museum. So the idea basically behind the Great African Museum is to ensure that we write our own history as Africans. So it will basically document everything about, because there is this story which says, as long as the hunter is the one writing, you will never hear the side of the lion. So you need to write your own history as a people. Aspiration number 15, Encyclopedia Africana. So we need to capture the great achievement of our regional integration, the great people that shaped where we are now. The whole narrative, it has to be done by us. And I would want to echo the statement by Honorable Skelman when he said, I have no plans of living either for hell or heaven. Instead, I want to live longer. I also want to live longer and ensure that my name is written in this Encyclopedia Africana. Now, how then does Parliament comes in? Honorable members, it is quite key that the level of implementation of Agenda 2063 flagship projects in our national programs is very low. My colleague tried to give an example of how we are performing according to regions. But if you go deeper at national level, you realize that it's not integrated in the national development plans. So my appeal to you, honorable members, is that kindly request the executive and honorable ministers to integrate the Agenda 2063 into national development plans. But they have to be anchored on something, domestic resources. I listened to Honorable Speaker from Zimbabwe yesterday when he said we need to mobilize resources. So the resources have to come from your own governments, because once you allow your plan to be funded by a foreign partner, they will only give you money for workshops. When you need money for a hospital, for a railway line, for transport system which is efficient. So you have to find a way in which you couch your domestic resource mobilization at national level. And what is key here is that the private sector is willing to engage because they also want to occupy the space. So they can, the thousands of or millions of dollars that is, which the CEO of NEPAD mentioned last week, to say we have money in our accounts, but that is foreign. So we can mobilize those resources back to the continent and spearhead the national development plans. So honorable member, that is in a nutshell regarding the can I request a serviette? Tissue. Regarding the, I've been talking too much, regarding the Agenda 2063. Now, aspiration number 4, which I skipped earlier, talks of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Now, African Continental Free Trade Area is anchored on the belief that if we remove tariffs alone, the duties that we impose on each other on commodities coming from a neighboring country, we should be able to boost inter-Africa trade by 20 billion by 2030. Yeah, 20 billion, basically by just removing tariffs. But I think you, honorable member, you can go a step further. How? If you check on the system, especially agricultural commodities, why we are having these countries that import food from elsewhere, is because on the system it says 5% duty. But for the importer to have those goods come into the country, he pays VAT, he pays inspection fees, he pays quite a number of border charges that are at the level there at the border. And that, so what happens is, technically the duty is not 5%. Technically the duty is almost 100%. So it's difficult to feed each other as Africans. So honorable members, my appeal to you is that at some point in your wisdom, you can engage the customs authorities to ensure that the border fees are lowered. Thank you very much. Now, so between 2015 and now, through your decisions as owners of this process, we started the negotiations of the AFCFTA. I remember in Midrand here when the negotiations were launched on 15 June 2015. Now, when we launched the negotiations, we entered into a process of intensive engagement with the chief negotiators until 21 March 2018, when they launched, when you arrived in Kigali to sign the agreement. So between Kigali and now, the agreement is now operational. What is now left is to ensure that the agreement is implemented. Now, there is another problem. We have received 42 tariff offers, countries that are willing to engage, but there's a glitch somewhere. And where is the glitch? There's a fear of the unknown. So we might have tariff offers in Accra or in Addis Ababa, but without an amendment of the National Tariff Handbook, it is difficult to implement the agreement. Now, what happens if you do that? If you don't implement the agreement, not only are you putting the reputation of this House, honorable members, but also the reputation of the African Union, your continent. So my appeal again is to request honorable members to urge customs authorities to engage fully with colleagues in the Secretariat in Accra so that the agreement comes into force. Now, so far we have received 36 ratifications out of the 54 that signed, which is a very good sign, because it is always a difficult. Earlier when I mentioned the 4 ratifications on the free movement of persons on the protocol. So the 36 countries that have ratified, I think it's just a matter of engagement at higher level to ensure that you operationalize the agreement, you lower the tariffs, and then we move together as a continent. African countries by nature, you cannot prosper in isolation. We need each other, honorable members. So it is important that you become integrated through the AFCFTA because it is giving you a leverage of how you can benefit from the neighbor. So in terms of the governance structure, we have the assembly right at the top, the Council of Ministers, and then the Committee of Senior Trade Officials, excuse me. And then now, there is another flip side. When COVID came, like I said, it hit us where we were not prepared. It put about 250 million Africans into poverty. Technically, we have 250 million people that are living on less than $2.50 per day. So how can you buy a three-course meal with $2.50? It's not possible. So we need to implement this agreement very fast so that we are able to ensure the post-COVID economic recovery. And that can happen at national level. Because if there is a political commitment at high level, it means everything is doable. We just need to engage the authorities, the relevant departments, the relevant ministries to ensure that we move together in that process. So by and large, the agreement is ready for your implementation. Yeah, but like I said earlier, we need to do the amendments of the tariff handbook through the customs authorities. Now, I want to highlight how you can tweak the economic recovery process post-COVID. What happens is Africa has all the resources. You have the people, you have a very young generation, and I heard last week that at any given point in time, 60% of Africans are less than 35 years. So you have a lot of energy within the continent. You can tap into that and ensure that you marshal that young generation into economic recovery. How then do you do that? Let's identify what I would call regional value chains. This is a process in which you take a resource from your neighbor, you add value, you sell it to the entire continent through the AfCFTA preferences. So we have a lot of resources, but estimates from experts in other institutions are indicating that it will take approximately more than 5 years for Africa to recover back to the 2018 economic growth levels. So we have a lot of work to be done. And Honorable Kwame Nkrumah once said, when others are jogging, Africa needs to sprint. And at this rate, my appeal to the House is that influence the process so that we can secure the generations and also we recover and ensure that we move forward together. So we have identified, we have done the numbers. There are approximately 415 regional value chains that you can implement to steer economic recovery in Africa. And these range from pharmaceuticals, clothing, agricultural products, and they cut across everything that we need, we have it here. We just need to move this process forward, take care of the logistical challenge that we might face. Because as long as we have challenges, including climate issues, affecting the continent, it will be difficult. And that adaptation process, again, it's a topic on its own. So we will certainly be available, honorable members, as the Commission to continue assisting member states where there is need. Thank you, Chair. I yield the floor.
Thank you, dear presenter. We thank you very much for this presentation. And we are thanking you not only because you did a fantastic presentation that was very accessible to us. It's a very technical field, and you made it so accessible. And it's such an important topic, this Agenda 2063. And I also wanted to thank you because we gave you time constraints and we had to be very efficient with our time. But in terms of implementing Agenda 2063, we cannot wait either. We don't have the luxury of time. We need to act. So thank you so much for this presentation. It will really help us all to move forward with what we need to do for Agenda 2063. And as you said, the implementation of Agenda 2063 is going to be long and it's going to be difficult because it has to be integrated in national policy and programs. And we need to be able to carry it out through our programs in different ministries. I think that the second part of the presentation on the African Continental Free Trade area was also very clear. And as you rightfully said, this has been a major ambition for the African continent in order to facilitate the free movement of goods and services on the continent. And this between the 55 members of member states of the African Union. We need to remove all the barriers that are preventing free trade between our countries and economic growth on the continent. So with regards to the methodology proposed by our president, we are going to move on to the next presentation. And after listening to all of the presentations, we will have an opportunity to make comments and ask questions. And this, ladies and gentlemen, in order to be as efficient as we possibly can today, because we have a very full agenda. So, without further ado, I would like to re-invite Mr. Brian Meriveri. No, sorry, excuse me. Mr. Brian Meriveri very efficiently presented on both Agenda 2063 and the African Continental Free Trade Area. And so now we are going to talk about the AGA, African Governance Architecture, which was created in 2010 as a dialogue mechanism to promote good governance across the continent and to consolidate democracy in Africa. And when we talk about democracy, this is something that we are all involved in. And good governance and democracy is our aim for the people of Africa. So I would like to invite the next speaker to please take the floor. That's Ambassador Salah Hamad.
Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Vice Presidents, members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliaments, Honorable Speakers of National Assemblies, Honorable Clerks of National Assemblies, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. I bring you greetings from His Excellency Mr. Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, and His Excellency Ambassador Bankole Adoyi, the African Union Commission Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security. I'm delighted and honored to stand before you this morning here in this great hall of the Pan-African Parliament to present to you, honorable members of Parliament, a brief presentation on the African governance architecture, as well as the need to ratify the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, known as ACDEC. Before I proceed, I wish to seize this opportunity to wish you all, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a happy African Union Day in advance, as we will be commemorating the African Union at 20. Today, we also commemorate the beginning of the Africa Amnesty Month, a month to urge armed groups and armed civilians to voluntarily surrender illicit weapons without fear of prosecution. Honorable members, in 2011, our heads of state and government, using their wisdom, decided to establish a new mechanism known as the African governance architecture to, one, complement the African peace and security architecture known as APSA, but also to consolidate the efforts of the African Union to promote and deepen the culture of democracy, good governance, rule of law, constitutionalism, and promote and protect human and people's rights in Africa. That decision decided or instructed the African Union Commission to create a platform for this consolidation of efforts known as the African Governance Architecture and the African Governance Platform. The platform is the arm of implementation of activities and programs of the African Governance Architecture. So what is the African Governance Architecture in brief? It is an African Union facility or mechanism to promote good governance, democracy, rule of law, but also it is a platform for dialogue between the various stakeholders, the African Union organs, the African Union institutions, and the regional economic communities, meeting together to share agenda, experiences, best practices on how to promote good governance, democracy, and rule of law on our beloved continent. The platform, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, is inspired by the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, as well as the entire African Shared Values Instruments. Here, a question that could be emerged or could emerge, which is, what are the African shared values? In the same summit, which adopted the AGA in 2011, our heads of state and government decided that our African shared values constitute all provisions, articles in our African shared values instruments. That, of course, to reflect on what we inherited as African people as part of our cultures, traditions, and local jurisprudence. The AGA is mainly to accelerate the ratification, domestication, and implementation of African Union instruments at the national level. And here, indeed, is the right place today to advocate and call on speakers at the national level to look into the set of instruments that have been adopted by our heads of state and government for ratification at the national level. The AGA and its platform also work collectively to deepen synergy, coordination, and collaboration among members of the platform to collectively support technically our member states with the implementation of the African shared values instruments at the national level. We also, the African Governance Platform also work closely with our member states to ensure citizen participation in the governance affairs at the national level, including the participation of youth and women. The platform is currently chaired by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in Banjul, and the vice chair is IGAD, as it is representing the regional economic communities. So traditionally, the platform is chaired by one of the organs, and the vice chair is one of the regional economic communities. So who are the members of the African Governance Platform? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the members of the African Governance Platform are the African organs, including the Pan-African Parliament, and the 8 regional economic communities that are recognized by the African Union, a total of 18 members. What is the value added of the African Governance Platform? The value added is that the African Governance Platform brings together the African Union as the continental organization and the regional economic communities to consolidate agenda and to share information, knowledge, and best practices on how to advance the campaign or the African Union agenda in the area of democratic governance and human rights. It is also a platform for sharing information on how to better involve the African citizenry in the governance affairs at the national, regional, and continental level. There are so many programs and activities, so I will skip that part because the presentation will certainly be shared with each and every one of you. But to save time, some of the major programs that we are currently implemented are guided by a number of policies. The first policy is a policy on youth engagement, and the second policy on women empowerment. The third policy on the engagement of civil society and African citizenry in the political and governance affairs. And the third policy is addressing transitional justice in countries that are emerging out of conflicts or still in conflicts. The purpose also is to advance, the purpose of the work of the platform is to advance the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, known as ACDEC. And here I wish to quickly share some information about this important treaty. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, as we all know, was adopted by our heads of state and government in 2007. The Charter entered into force in 2012 after receiving 15 ratifications from our member states. Currently, we have 37 ratifications for our member states. That means we are missing about 18 more ratifications to have this charter or treaty universally ratified. The charter is our African jurisprudence and our African contribution to promote democracy and deepen the culture of constitutionalism and rule of law at the national level. It's an important treaty that could also prevent unconstitutional changes of governments from emerging and from happening on our beloved continent. So therefore, this charter is extremely important as part of the African Union shared values instruments. I'm not going to share at this general setting the list of the ratifying countries and the list of non-ratifying countries, but I invite each and every one of you to look into the list after this meeting, so at least for those who are yet to ratify, could be encouraged today to begin the process of ratifying this very important treaty, so we can meet the goal of the African Union by 2025 to have universal ratification of this treaty by 2025. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I will end by briefly share with you some information on the African Governance Architecture and the African Peace and Security Architecture Secretariat, which I have the honor of leading it at the level of the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa. This secretariat is the coordinating arm of the work of the African Governance Platform, is to provide information and to share knowledge among members of the platform as well as members of the member states. And of course, we will be closely working with the President of the Pan-African Parliament to share information through his office on treaties as well as implementation of policies and instruments at the national level. So then each and every one of us here will have the necessary information that is needed on the African Union instruments and treaties. And the good thing is, my dear colleague and brother, the newly appointed Office of Legal Counsel, or in fact, Legal Counsel of the African Union, is here with us today to share more information on the ratification of AU instruments later on. I singled this treaty out simply because it is the core mandate of the African Governance Platform to advocate and lobby for the universal ratification of this very important treaty. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the African Governance Platform, the African Governance Architecture Secretariat are working very closely, as I mentioned, with the regional economic communities so we can collectively promote democracy, good governance, rule of law in Africa, so we can collectively also build the Africa that is prosperous, peaceful, and united, the Africa that we want, and the Africa that we deserve. I thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We have very attentively followed your brilliant presentation on AGA. And what we note is that AGA has been set up to facilitate mechanisms of democracy and governance, favor dialogue between AU organs and regional economic communities. In order to, the objective is to accelerate the ratification instruments of the African Union. A synergy between different members is there to facilitate the participation of the people, with specifically oriented towards women and youth. We need to speed up a ratification because we know that it is 30 countries that have ratified already. There are 18 countries remaining that need to ratify, and we believe that we have heard this recommendation. It has come at an opportune time, and because also you have been heard by speakers of our national parliaments. The Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, we have just listened to the 3 presentations on the 3 themes of the morning. We are now going to go to a Q&A session, taken into account that yesterday we were very efficient. You have summarized everything that needed to be done yesterday and today. But what has been presented this morning should be communicated to you in a specific way. And if there are contributions, the floor will be given to you. And as custom dictates here in Parliament, we jot down requests for the floor, and Dr. Abbas has asked for the floor.
Dr. Abbas from Sierra Leone. Without further ado, I am giving him the floor. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I raise my question, or shall I say, make my point, I really need to congratulate the two presenters for presentations that they've made to this meeting. I must confess, I was very deeply impressed by the presenters, the depth of what they had to say, and the relevance of the content of their presentation. There is one particular matter that excited me, and it seems to cut across the two presenters, and this is why I'm asking for the floor to be able to address it as quickly as possible. The first presenter made a very pertinent observation that indeed we do not have the luxury of time. On the contrary, time is not in our favor at all. And when I try to position Parliament in all that they presented to us and in all that is taking place, both at the continental level and also at the regional level, there seems to be a missing factor. And let me try briefly to describe what I see as the missing factor. Parliament does not participate in the negotiation and signing of international agreements. We are at the end point of the process. We receive and ratify instruments that have been negotiated by member states through the executives or the representatives of the executives of our member states, not the legislatures. And I think this is a factor that needs to be addressed. There is somehow a break-in in the communication between the platform where the negotiations are held, be it AU level or regional level, and the member parliaments. There seems to be a break in communication that needs to be bridged, and needs to be bridged very urgently for parliaments to maintain their relevance in the process. How do we bridge the gap? Let me give you one example that immediately comes to mind that happened very recently. I'm sure all of us are aware of the New York Convention. This is the convention that was negotiated and signed way back in the 50s, I think 1954, 58, or thereabout. Is on arbitration. But the short form of it, or name of it, is the New York Convention on Arbitration for the protection of foreign investment in our countries. As I said, it was negotiated and concluded as far back as the 1950s. Sierra Leone Parliament did not see the ratification of that instrument until the year 2022. I was so stunned when I read through that document, realized how important it was to the economic development of our country, that I immediately not only instituted a mechanism to ensure that the ratification was expedited by Parliament, but I also gave directives to the minister concerned to ensure that he goes back to his ministry, check his shelves, to make sure there are not similar conventions gathering dust on his shelves, and to ensure that they are brought back to Parliament without further delay. And that process is ongoing. So this brings me to the point. If Parliament were to say that Parliament should be represented at the point of negotiation, I'm sure the executive will say that the cost will be too much to bear. So let us find a way that is less costly for both Parliament and the executive. And certainly communication between the AU organs or the regional organs and the member parliaments should be found to be less costly and therefore doable. And this brings me to the proposal I want to make, that while the executive alone is sitting at the desk of negotiation and also signing these international instruments, and while at the same time, by the same token, Parliament is not represented there, I think we should find a way of ensuring that those instruments are communicated not wholly and solely through the executive to Parliament. There should be a line of communication established between the AU or its organs and the regional bodies or their organs directly to the member parliaments, so that Parliament will become aware of their existence and the need for Parliament to institute measures for their ratification, so that we are less dependent on the time when these instruments are brought to Parliament by the executive. If we are aware in advance that instruments have been concluded and they are of great moment for the development of our countries, then additional action could be taken by our legislatures to ensure that the process of ratification is expedited. So I think this is a proper forum, since we have the Parliament here, the African Parliament represented, and the presenters having also come from the AU, to see how best we can give practicality to this proposal. We can do it in an informal way to start with, and then gradually progress it to formalizing. So, colleague speakers, this is a proposal I would like to make, that we do not simply sit, fold our hands, and wait until the initiative is taken by our respective executives before we see the process of ratification commenced in our respective parliaments. But additionally, we should help them bring this instrument before us as early as possible, so that we do not have every time to sit and begin to find out what the status of ratification is or is not. This is my modest proposal, Mr. Chairman. I thank you very much for listening.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, le très honorable.
Thank you very much. We would like to thank you. I was tempted to limit his speech time, but given the quality of speakers, perhaps I'm not strong enough to limit the speaking time. We are now going to invite the speaker, Augustin from Rwanda. Mr. Speaker, you have the floor. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, speakers of parliaments and senates, distinguished guests, Once again, it is a singular pleasure for me to take the floor before this August Assembly. I do hope that our debate will lead to very satisfying conclusions. I wanted to make a contribution on the theme of governance in Africa. By calling upon my own experience as a parliamentarian, but also as a national of Rwanda. As a parliamentarian, and given my age, you can see that I am no longer young. I have witnessed many things in Africa and in my country. I come from a country that was torn by divisions based on all sorts of considerations, ethnic groups, regions, etc. And that was instilled in us by the former colonial powers. For a long time, the small country of Central Africa considered itself to be so small that it could not contain all nationals. So many Rwandan nationals forced to exile had to go and live in other countries. So at a point, they decided to reconquer their right to the nation. Some did not see this conclusion. You know that there was a genocide against the Tutsis that were executed because they had the will to bring back those who were in exile. This genocide saw that more than 1 million of Rwandan people died. After that, let me go back to a personal testimony to say that in Africa, good governance cannot happen if we do not have a social contract between Africans as far as fundamental rights are concerned. Before we speak about the rights of the states, we need to speak about individual rights. In order to rebuild our country, those who committed the genocide and the victims, despite being reticent, sat together and looked for ways and means to cohabit and live together. This is how we agreed on a certain number of principles that I would like to share with you. An institution that I chair currently, the Senate, is in charge of monitoring the implementation of these principles, and that is important in in the social contract and governance. And this is why in the constitution in my country we have rules against separatism, divisions, and exclusions. We have to make sure that all forms of divisions or exclusions of any person or any subject, religion, ethnic group, etc., because we have experienced the genocide, we have to ban all attempts to go back to genocide, not only in Rwanda but elsewhere. This is why Rwanda has the resources to intervene when genocide is a possibility.
C'est pour qu'il n'y ait pas d'exclusion.
And we do this to prevent any kind of exclusion, discrimination, or genocide. And one of the fundamental principles is the equitable sharing of power. And we had a process after the genocide whereby those who participated in the genocide and those who took over the governance of the country sat down together, shared power, agreed to work together, and all categories of the population are represented and are represented in the government, in the parliament, and even those who only won possibly 10% of the vote compared to those who won 80 or 90% of the vote have a voice, have a right to representation and to be able to participate in our parliament. And we put all of these methods and measures in place to ensure the sharing of power, democracy, the rule of law, separation of powers, and also equality between men and women. In my country, our constitution states that at least 30% of executive positions should be occupied by women. And all of these measures cannot be implemented, will not work, unless we protect the sacred social contract that we have developed. And so it is our responsibility to protect the social contract and protect the well-being of all of our citizens. And another important principle that protects our social cohesion is the willingness and desire to find amicable solutions to all disagreements and to all problems. Finding solutions through dialogue is our aim. And I would like to once again insist upon the importance of dialogue. And this dialogue requires that we meet and we have contact and speak to one another on a regular basis. And I encourage the Pan-African Parliament to ensure that you do the same, to have dialogue between nations and to keep the dialogue going so that our borders can open up for free movement of people, of goods and services, for the well-being of our nations and of our continent. We need an Africa without borders, without barriers. And earlier on, I was chatting with the ambassador of my country to South Africa, and he received a phone call from somebody in Lesotho asking if they required a visa to go to Rwanda. And my ambassador replied, no, you don't need a visa. You may come to our country without a visa. And we need to do that. We need to facilitate the free movement of people and goods on our continent. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear Speaker. We thank you for these wise words, and I would like to give the floor now to the speaker, Mariam from Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, honorable speakers, members of parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I too would like to congratulate the presenters for some excellent presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share a few thoughts with you this morning on Agenda 2063, on governance, and on the ratification of various protocols. Ladies and gentlemen, the future will be built on the lessons of the past. And I am delighted that we have this Agenda 2063 because at last Africa has a plan in this Agenda 2063. And I think it is time, ladies and gentlemen, that every single one of us, every single state does its part to ensure that we are able to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. And the African Union has created a platform for good governance, and we are delighted with this. However, we mustn't forget an important element in this architecture and in the Agenda 2063, and that is men and women. It is men and women from Africa who will implement Agenda 2063. It is the men and women of Africa that will ensure good governance. And the men and women of this continent need to be supported and nurtured. And I speak to you as a mother here. Let us not forget this in Agenda 2063. Let us not forget that one of the objectives of Agenda 2063 is to have a plan that is people-centered. And unfortunately, in the presentation that we saw this morning, I did not see enough focus on this people-centered aspect. As I mentioned, we have our African governance architecture, which is wonderful. And I would like to know, is there such an architecture for human rights based on African values? And if not, when are we going to have such an architecture? When are we going to have an African human rights charter based on African values? And I would also like to ask why we have so many protocols that have been signed by our various member states but not ratified. And here I would like to join my voice with the speaker from Sierra Leone and say that the Pan-African Parliament should participate fully in creating and drafting these various instruments. And currently, I am not sure if this is happening or can happen. The African Union needs to work together with the Pan-African Parliament. The Pan-African Parliament needs to play a very central role in drafting and creating all of these instruments. And I'm making the suggestion not only to the members of the Pan-African Parliament, but to the representatives here present of the African Union. So when an instrument is drafted by the African Union, it needs to be discussed and debated in the Pan-African Parliament. And there need to be representatives from the Pan-African Parliament that go to the African Union to share the thoughts of the members of the parliament as well. And I think that this will facilitate ratification of these instruments. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would now like to give the floor to the Speaker. And please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Please, all speakers, forgive me if I mispronounce your names. I would like to now invite Speaker Dang Akon from South Sudan. Honorable Speaker, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. You have pronounced my name very well, so I appreciate. His Excellency, the President of Pan-African Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker of National and Regional Assemblies, your company delegation, honorable members of Pan-Africa Parliament, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I humbly thank the newly elected President of Pan-Africa Parliament, His Excellency Chief Pushant Sharumbira, and all the distinguished delegates that have ventured their way to come to this important occasion. I am much excited to attend this conference. We cordially appreciate the speakers' conference that is held under the African Union theme, Year of Nutrition, Strengthening Resilience in Nutrition and Food Security on African Continent, Strengthening Agro-Food System Health and Social Protection, System for Acceleration of Human, Social, and Economic Capital Development. Indeed, these are the issues that need to be discussed at all levels of continent, including the COVID-19. I'm sorry, I'm that's taking you back for what was discussed yesterday, because most of the topic of yesterday are the ones that are affecting in my country. So I'm sorry, please bear with me. Indeed, these are the issues that need to be discussed at all levels of the continent, including the COVID-19 pandemic at its cause COVID-19 recovery. I appreciate the lively presentation by Dr. Ludwig on the situation analysis of COVID-19 in Africa and in enhancing Africa post-COVID-19 recovery. Indeed, pandemic was catastrophe of the world in large, and in particular Africa, including the Republic of South Sudan. However, it remains deadly challenge to human race. This world pandemic has costed human lives and serious effect on economic of entire world, Africa, and specifically the Republic of South Sudan. The pandemic is still continued challenging to many African countries. The reason is that many African people haven't got vaccines. South Sudan has gone through a lot of difficulties and challenges due to the conflict in some part of the country. But thank God we are back to peace after the country signed the revitalized agreement, which resulted to reconstituted the current legislative body. Since it's essential to provide the country and the rest of Africa, we in the Republic of South Sudan, we need to assist our people in this unfortunate beside the COVID-19. Africa has challenges, particularly in food security and other natural disasters, including the flood, which impact the production of food. It's also important to solve the impact of our people, particularly women and children and other vulnerable groups. The Republic of South Sudan, along with our African countries, determined to address these challenges, that affect our African countries. Finally, I want to conclude by urging the right honorable speakers of the National and Regional Assemblies to work in collaboration with government and relevant institutions to address the challenges such as food security, health, social protection for development of human and social economic across African countries. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I would now like to give the floor to the Honourable Speaker Bako from the Comores. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Chair, distinguished speakers of the national parliaments, ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving me the floor. And I have taken the floor to share a democratic development in my country and also to ask a question to which I would like an answer before we leave this August House. I have listened to the presentations on the three themes in the presentations, and I think that these presentations are arriving at the right time as we try to boost and develop the African economy. And I'm not going to make comments on the first two presentations, the presentation on the African Continental Free Trade Area and Agenda 2063. But I would like to comment on the African governance architecture and good governance in Africa. As I said, I'd like to share an experience from my country. As you know, we gained independence in 1975. And since 1975, even though we had our independence, we have had approximately 20 coups d'etat. And virtually every 5 years, we've had a coup d'etat orchestrated by foreign mercenaries, including Bob Dinner. And in 1998, Colonel Azalaki, who is currently president of the Comores, quelled an attempted coup and organized a national dialogue between the various islands of the Comores, and he created the Federal Republic of the Comores. And every 5 years, we organize a rotation so that all islands, all populations of the Comores may be represented and may take the presidency of the federation. The President Azali was in power for 5 years, and then he handed over power to the next president and the next and the next. And in 2018, he came back into power and he organized a national dialogue where we discussed the process and we proposed some changes to the constitution. In 2019, we had elections, and the President Azali was elected by the people. Whereafter he organized a national dialogue for both government, civil society, and we spoke about the future of the country, about the rotation process, and about how the federation is being managed. And I would like to share this democratic experience with you. We have tried so hard to maintain democracy, prevent the coup d'etat, despite the fact that certain powers, including France and other countries, even though they have tried to interfere with governance in the Comores. But it hasn't worked because we have our own institutions. We have strong institutions in the Comores, institutions that can take steps in case there is a problem. And I believe that this is a system that works. And even though in the past we have made appeals to the United Nations, I would hope that in the future we will be able to turn to the Pan-African Parliament and to the African Union Commission for assistance instead of the United Nations. And that brings me to my question. And my question is, in the framework of Agenda 2063 of the African Union, I would like to know how, in this agenda, we are going to give more credibility to the African Union institutions so that the African Union can ensure that African states are able to take their destiny in their own hands. And what are we going to suggest for the future to change and reform the relations between African countries and the West? Thank you very much, Speaker Bako. We have got 5 more speakers. And we only have 5 speakers left. We do not want to be too strict, but we do need to remember our very full agenda. So please let me invite Dr. Speaker Emmanuel from Burundi. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, Vice President. Good day, Mr. President, speakers of national assemblies, distinguished guests. I just wanted to say a few words with regards to the first presentation on Agenda 2063. There was point number 5, I think, and sorry, point number 4, and that is to silence the guns. And the presenter did not go into much detail here, and I think it's a wonderful thing that we have these themes and these great ambitions like silencing the guns. But we still don't have security and peace in Africa. If we are not able to achieve peace and security in Africa, if we are not able to silence these guns, then the rest of the ambitious projects of the African Union will not be able to be achieved. We can't talk about free circulation of goods, people, and services when we don't have peace and security. And so I would have liked to have heard in this presentation this morning exactly what the concrete measures are to be able to end the conflict in the DRC, Somalia, and the Sahel, elsewhere in Africa. These are conflicts that are not going to end anytime soon. And like my colleague, the dear speaker, has just said, is the African Union going to be able to gain the credibility to be able to take concrete action instead of us turning to foreign powers, to the West, to the United Nations? What are we doing in Africa? And I know it's very complicated, especially given that a lot of the financing for the African Union and its projects comes from the West. I think it's 60 or 70% of the money. And so we are in a situation where we have this dependency. But if we really want an Africa that is developed, and if we want to progress, we have to achieve peace and security. We have to devote ourselves to achieving this goal. Otherwise, we cannot talk about the free movement of people, goods, and services. We can't talk about free trade if there's not peace and security. And so we really have to develop concrete measures, things that are tangible to be able to guarantee peace and security. I don't know how long there has been conflict in the RDC, the DRC, for example, or in our region, 40 years, 50 years. What are we doing to achieve peace? And the Congo, as we have said, should be the breadbasket of Africa, should be the wealthiest region, country, with all of its mineral and natural resources. We need peace in this country. We need peace in this region. And that is why I am really appealing to all of us that we have concrete actions to achieve peace and security in Africa. That is my first point that I wanted to make. The second point, or question rather, is with regards to the implementation framework for the agenda. It's been 10 years already. We have got 40 years still to go before the deadline for 2063. I would have liked to have heard what have we done already in the last 10 years. Yes, he did show us a few things, but 10 years is a long time. And in relation to the amount of time we have left, can we realistically say that we will be able to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063? And how far have we got in terms of the implementation, particularly on a national level? Do we have a mechanism, an evaluation mechanism, for example, to understand how far each country is in terms of implementing Agenda 2063? Or are we I understand that we are asking the national parliaments and governments to implement Agenda 2063. How are we monitoring whether that is being done? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I would now like to give the floor to Honorable Speaker Roger from the Seychelles.
Chairperson, thank you. Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament and Vice Presidents, my respect, and my respects to all our colleagues assembled here. I take this opportunity to address a point, and it's absolutely interesting that the timing is perfect because the point has been raised by the speaker just before me. And that is the question of implementation. I am very excited by the Agenda 2063 that has been presented to us, and it is really my first major exposure to this plan, although I had heard of it before. And I am very excited by this vision of integrated development of African countries and the continent. And I think it is a vision of development that can deliver development and prosperity to the continent. As I stated, my question is implementation. What is the driving force? If the issue has been explained and I have missed it, I will apologize, but my question remains. What will be the driving force? What is the driving force in this plan? At the level of the African Union, what body is driving this agenda? If it exists, then I believe that its work is not sufficiently known and shared by countries and certainly not by parliaments. There has to be a body that owns such a plan and that is responsible for moving it forward. At the top level of the African Union, this driving force must give the direction. But there are also two things that I'm sure I have not heard that they exist. One is a point raised by the previous speaker, that is, which national body owns this plan and communicates with the African Union in terms of delivering it. This obviously is not a body that is within the responsibility of Parliament. It is a responsibility of the executive government to own and implement such an agenda. Now, at the national level, there has to be a body that is driving the various objectives, the various goals that we have heard in the plan. Now, my other question is, what can parliaments do? And to begin with, what can the Pan-African Parliament, what role can it play in that plan? Obviously, there is a need, as in so many things to do with government, Parliament can play a role of oversight. I believe the Pan-African Parliament should take the function of overseeing what is being done to deliver on this plan and to have periodic communications with the national parliaments. And on our side, the national parliaments also should have a role in the oversight of the delivery of this plan. So I believe if we can put these functions together, we have a chance of moving this agenda forward. Otherwise, I can only repeat what has been said, and that is, after 10 years, we still are not sure of what has been delivered and what is going. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now we invite the very Honorable Jacob Mudenda from Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me acknowledge the presentation by the two experts on the subject matters that are before us. I think they did a sterling job. If I may start with Agenda 2063. Honorable Chair, one of the issues raised by the presenter was that agriculture is a key anchor in the implementation, one of the key anchors in the development and implementation of Agenda 2063. Now, yesterday, we did touch on the subject of building resilience in nutrition on the African continent. And that is predicated eloquently in terms of having food security. But what we didn't discuss yesterday was that what is nutrition? Nutrition cannot be equated to food security per se. Nutrition is a critical part of health and development. It speaks to the nutrients that come from the food. It speaks to a balanced diet that gives life to the people. And accordingly, better nutrition is related to improved infant, child, and maternal health, stronger immune systems to fight diseases, safer pregnancy, so that we've got lower mortality, birth mortality, child and maternal health, safer pregnancy and childbirth, lower risk of non-communicable diseases such as diabetes, and an assured longevity. That's the critical nature of nutrition under food security when we discuss Agenda 2063. Now, Zimbabwe has long prioritized food and nutrition security as a multi-sectoral response, whereby we have roped in the private sector, particularly the banks, to supply finances for the purchase of equipment, agricultural equipment, such as tractors, as well as fertilizer. For the less privileged, we have a presidential agricultural input scheme where those who are poor in our society get free fertilizer and seeds accordingly. In 1995, the government of Zimbabwe established a task force to recommend sustainable solutions to the persistent and growing problem of hunger and malnutrition in Zimbabwe. A policy framework document was prepared in 1998, and Cabinet agreed to a national consultative process to transform the policy framework into a national food and nutrition security policy in 2001. This culminated in the establishment of the Food and Nutrition Council, which is superintended by the Office of the President and Cabinet in consultation with the Ministry of Health and Child Care. The functions of the Food and Security Council are as follows. It is a convener and coordinator of national food and nutrition security issues in Zimbabwe. It charts a practical way forward for fulfilling legal and existing policy commitments in food and nutrition security. It advises government on strategic direction in food and nutrition security. It is a watchdog role, and supports and facilitates action to ensure commitments in food and nutrition in Zimbabwe among the different sectors of our economy. This is done by way of food and nutrition assessments, data analysis and research, advocacy, strategic policy analysis and advice, multi-sectoral initiatives, and building national and subnational capacity for food and nutrition. In his role, Mr. Chairman, provides guidance for a practical way forward for fulfilling and existing national commitments, such as the government has made commitments and set itself national targets through sustainable development goals. Of particular relevance, the government has committed itself to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture, as described in Sustainable Goal number 2. Other SDGs, such as those aimed at eliminating poverty, promoting access to quality education, and enhancing gender equality, remain central to the program. The Food and Nutrition Council is also mandated by the government, developed a national food and nutrition security policy through a broad consultative process, and it was launched in 2013. The goal of the policy is to promote and ensure adequate food and nutrition security for all people at all times in Zimbabwe, particularly amongst the most vulnerable, and in line with our cultural norms and values and the concept of rebuilding and maintaining family. The policy commits government to 7 priority areas as to ensure food and nutrition security. Today, the Food and Nutrition Council is at the helm of facilitating dialogue and advocacy on food and nutrition issues between government and the development partners through multi-stakeholder platforms. The outputs from these engagements are critical in informing policy formulation, implementation, and monitoring. Honorable Chairman, allow me to associate myself with the last but one speaker on the issue of peace and security. It is my humble appeal through the President of Pan-African Parliament that when you look at the flagships or critical areas for concentration in the implementation of Agenda 2063, you have item number 7. Item number 7, implementation of the Grand Inga Dam project in the DRC, which aims at transforming Africa from a traditional to modern sources of energy and ensure access of all Africans to clean and affordable electricity, and help make the continental regional power pools fully operational. Now, this is acknowledged in 2013, Honorable Chair, and very little has happened in that regard. And the Inga Dam project, we believe, could supply up to 65% of the electricity required by Africa. And electricity is an important infrastructure in the implementation of both the Africa Continental Trade Area and Agenda 2023. But we need peace in the DRC.
particularly in the eastern part. And the Pan-African Parliament, therefore, is implored to engage the AU Commission and through it, the Peace and Security Council of the Organization of the Africa Union, as well as the SADC Treaty, so that the eastern part of the DRC is demilitarized, so that there's peace in the DRC. We are losing an important African resource because of insecurity. The same applies in the northern part of Mozambique, where banditry is emerging, destabilizing a good project, economic project in the production of gas for the development of Mozambique and indeed of SADC. It is therefore critical that the Pan-African Parliament must engage the stakeholders I have mentioned so that there is peace and we have development in that part of Africa. And finally, Honorable Chair, the presenters didn't focus themselves on the implementation matrix of the Agenda 2023. And this is on page 18 of the document. I want to refer particularly to item number 1, Roman numbers, where it says, for the implementation of the Agenda 2063 to succeed, the following are important. That number 1, Roman numbers. What does it say? Leadership and political commitment with transformational and visional qualities at all levels, not at the AU level only, at all levels of the various sectors of the continent, and in all fields are necessary to implement the Agenda 2063. Therein lies the continental deficit, which we need to deal with immediately if Africa is to sprint and catch up with the rest of the world. That leadership must be developed, must be encouraged, and it must be found in our national parliaments, it must be found in our regional caucuses, the 5 of them, and it must be found in the executive arm of the African continent. I so submit, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear respected speaker. We're going to quickly pass on to the very honorable Lucien Ogalanga from Gabon. Thank you very much, respected Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I have to start by apologizing for not speaking yesterday. I listened to what my colleagues were saying, and I decided that today I have to at least say a word on behalf of Gabon. Mr. President, His Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Bureau, ladies and gentlemen, speakers of Parliament's distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. For me, it is a real pleasure to participate in the 11th Conference of Speakers of National and Regional Parliament, and for which I'm representing His Excellency Mr. Fosen Bohubi, who is unavailable for this. You know, we are in an intersession, and he designated me to represent him here, and he reiterates his congratulations to the President of the Pan-African Parliament and his Bureau. Mr. Vice President, I do not want to come back to what has already been said by my predecessors on COVID-19, on nutrition and food security. This conference is even more important for each representative of the Pan-African Parliament here present, because it offers us a unique opportunity to share our various opinions and to have deep reflections on the best strategy to be adopted in order to ensure the post-COVID-19 recovery in our countries. I am happy, therefore, to note that the 11th Conference of Speakers is paying special attention to the situation to developing countries that are facing external shocks, natural catastrophes, and the deadly consequences of climate change. This challenge, which remains a priority for the highest authorities, especially the head of state, His Excellency Ali Bongo Odimba, the President of Gabon. But what has to be done immediately to help our countries and societies in the face of this pandemic, COVID-19, is the commitments, the deep commitments and collective ones, and coordinated solidarity and action, the promotion of solidarity and cooperation at global as well as regional level is an imperative for the present and future in this deeply globalized world. The problems of one are the problems of all, because no country, no society can fully recover in a post-COVID-19 context by acting alone. And that is why the priority should be on the adoption and implementation of innovative strategies for the mobilization of and raising of resources to support viable projects in education. And I underscore that education, infrastructure, agriculture, health, technology, and social security. I want to highlight here the efforts made by the team, the leading team, to ensure the success of this gathering. But before I conclude, I listened very carefully to the brilliant presentation of Mr. Brian, the suggestions to which I add mine, and which I agree with, and which obviously I will share with my parliament and my speaker, because he has just given us a clear path forward. It is each state normally that should reflect on this and ensure define ways of how to make it possible. I listen to all those who say that it is not easy. Yes, it is true, but there is always a start. We need to start somewhere. I will also say that we We should be united as Africans, and we should cast aside our egos. I come from Gabon. I have my strengths and weaknesses, and each stage, each country has its strengths and weaknesses. Today, to become a strong Africa, like Mr. Brian said, we must follow this blueprint that he has given us and see how to operationalize it. We are going to, we can spend hours here, and obviously that gives us the advantage of meeting each other and obviously talking to each other about our countries, our internal conflicts that handicap our plans. But then, in order to succeed in the key projects suggested by Mr. Bryan in terms of achieving Agenda 2063 is really for us to be united, because if we are united, we will be very strong. And also, we need to apply in practical terms everything that was said here. If we do not start applying all those things, like someone said earlier, it's just going to be another project that is dead on arrival. Mr. Vice President, something else that I wanted to mention, I think that's what I understood. In any case, because you know, when someone says something, obviously you need to understand it well. It's a message, and I heard the message of the various people who spoke, and when I return, I will analyze them, and I will conclude by expressing the wish that the discussions of this 11th Conference of Speakers should meet the ambition that we set out with, because if we do not meet the aspirations of our people, then all of this would have been in vain. Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, you are a great man. Everything that has been said since yesterday, those are not vain words, those are not empty words. That will help you understand the problems that our countries are faced with. I thank you.
Thank you very much, esteemed speaker. I would now like to give the floor to Speaker Catherine Arawa from Malawi.
Respectée Catherine, vous avez la parole.
Honorable Speaker, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, let me congratulate the President. I know we did that honors when you came for the SADC meeting, but let me congratulate you in your home and homestead and your whole bureau, and wishing you well. And I hope you're going to take us to greater heights. Just wanted to inform the, my honorable members, my honorable colleagues and speakers that as Parliament of Malawi, we feel this gathering, the Pan-African Parliament, is an instrument that we need to use for us to advance the agendas that we've been talking about in various forums. And I think our citizens out there are expecting us to come up with issues, policies, laws that will change their lives. We have seen through the COVID time that when problems come, we can be alone. It's about time that as a region, as a parliament, we start thinking of ways of ensuring that we can live on our own if indeed we are left out on our own. If we are just going to continue relying on policies, relying on treaties, relying on agendas that are brought by others, there will be a time where we'll be in complete trouble. And the two predicaments that we've had, the COVID as well as the war, has taught us that as Africa, we can't continue waiting and sitting and being directed by others that we feel are bigger than us. As a region, we are massive, we are big, but I think we are not using the potential that we have. Whereas the Speaker Mudenda was saying, DRC Congo has got a lot of minerals. Amongst ourselves, we've got a lot of human capital that we're not using. The population that we have, we're not using it positively. Others are coming to tell us that, no, your population is too big. And yet our colleagues in China, the biggest population is what has been valuable to them. So I think as a region and as parliament, we need to drive an agenda that is going to change the way we're doing business. And that goes even to how we conduct businesses in our own regions, in our own parliaments. We need to show the region that we have come and this is the time that we're going to give the guidance that our countries need, because the region, as Africa, needs us at this time. We are talking of issues of climate change. I can't remember which speaker said it, and that is something clearly that is going to explode in our faces if we as parliaments don't move and do something. Shortages of energy, issues that are affecting all of us. As I'm talking in my country, Malawi, we're having serious challenges of energy, having lots of load shedding, shortages of fuel, shortages of foreign exchange. What it's telling us is that time has come for us to have homegrown solutions, Africa-grown solutions. When we're talking of agenda, we're talking of millennium development challenges, millennium development goals. When you go deep, it's our agenda that has been created somewhere else. When are we going to have 100% agenda driven by us, done by us, funded by ourselves? Because we come up with agendas waiting for funding from other people who come with their own conditions that sometimes are not very favorable to our own settings. I think we as parliament, it's time that we move in order to save our people out there, people who trust us. But I think sometimes we think we don't have that potential, but believe you me, I think in us we have what it takes to move Africa to greater heights. And I just also wanted to thank Pan-African Congress Pan-African Parliament for inviting us to this meeting and for the hospitality. But I also wanted to ask if for future meetings we can get as many topics as possible, because I think there are particular issues that we need to concentrate on so that Africa moves, so that we move the agenda, we move our regional agendas, because I know as regions we do have agendas, for example, SADC, ECOWAS. What is it that is stopping some of the agendas that we have in those regions to move? Why are we not moving as an African region? So thank you very much for inviting us to this very important meeting, and I hope we can in future have more agendas that are going to help us move Africa to greater heights. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I would now like to give the floor to Honorable Speaker Rasidi Baba from Mauritania.
In the name of God and thank you, Chair. Thank you. In the name all in your name, I would like first of all, despite that the Arabic language is my official language, but I try to give my intervention because of the openness. I would like to give my intervention in foreign language.
Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Vice President, honorable speakers, dear colleagues, Firstly, I would like to congratulate the newly elected Bureau of the PAP. I would like to congratulate our President, Chief Chirembira, for his election. And I would like to say that the Pan-African Parliament is a vital organ of the AU. Unfortunately, it is not yet able to legislate, and we have to lobby, all of us, to achieve this goal of becoming a parliament that is able to legislate. It is going to be hard. It is going to take time, but we cannot give up, and we cannot stop until we have a Pan-African Parliament that has the power it requires to really fulfill its role. And I would like to ask the President of the Pan-African Parliament and the Bureau to decentralize and delocalize some actions or some programs of the Pan-African Parliament in order for us to achieve our objectives. And we need to help to create a bit of visibility for the Parliament to make our countries known, to promote goodwill and dialogue between our countries, and to have the Malabo Protocol ratified, which is vital for the survival of our Parliament. I am sure that many of you do not know that Mauritania had its first election of a president who we had an election where our president, who did 2 mandates, and after 2 mandates left power and welcomed a new president into the government. And this was a first. This was a major achievement. And Mauritania is a country that is a shining light in terms of freedom of press in the Arab world. We are one of the founder members of the Maghreb region and organization. We are one of the founder members of ECOWAS. We are one of the founder members of the G5 Sahel group. And we work very hard to have very good relations with our neighbors and partners. And we are willing to do everything that we can do to foster synergy and cooperation between African countries. Our country, the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, has a department that is entirely devoted to promoting women. We have a department that is exclusively devoted to the promotion of human rights. Our president, Aswani of Mauritania, has created 2 very important big structures in the country to promote investments and to invite investors to come and discover Mauritania, including African investors. And we invite you all to come and invest in a country that is willing to offer you excellent opportunities. We are a very large country, rich in natural resources, and we invite you to come to our country, a country that is a bridge between Africa and the Arab world. We are an Arabic region country, but also an African country. And I would once again like to thank the speakers for their excellent presentations and for explaining the very ambitious plans of the African Union. When I left home at home to come here, unfortunately, it took me 36 hours to get here to Johannesburg and Midrand in South Africa, and we need to make an effort to shorten time and facilitate travel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would now like to give the floor to the Speaker, Andre Mangu, from the DRC.
Honorable Chair, in fact, I am the first Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of the Democratic Republic of Congo. So I'm here representing the President or the Speaker of the National Assembly of the DRC, Honorable Mboso Kodapwanga Christophe, who could not make it. So thank you very much for giving me the floor. I think yesterday, when we had time to intervene during this important conference, we took that opportunity to reiterate our congratulations for your election as the President and the members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament. So we have to do it once more. And we thank you very much for your leadership. We appreciate a lot the theme of this important gathering. Honorable Chair, coming from the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, I would like to make a few comments or a few remarks on the AU Agenda 2063. Honorable Chair, this year, Africa is commemorating the 20th anniversary of the African Union, which was launched in Durban during the Durban Summit in 2022. So 20 years after, how far have we gone? What have you done in achieving the EU agenda? So the comments are there, the few remarks are going to be based there. Honorable Chair, when we look at the 7 aspirations on the EU agenda, first aspiration, a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Aspiration number 1. Aspiration number 2, an integrated continent, politically united and based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's renaissance. Aspiration number 3, an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. Aspiration number 4, a peaceful and secure Africa. Aspiration number 5, an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, shared values and ethics. Aspiration number 6, an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of African people, especially its women and youth, and caring for children. Aspiration number 7, Africa as a strong, united, resilient, and influential global player and partner. So for us, it is like the journey is still to begin. Because when you consider the 7 aspirations for that Africa we want, there is still too much to be done. And as the Pan-African Parliament, I think the responsibility is ours to work hard with the executive in our different countries to make sure that to get somewhere with these 7 aspirations. And in some of our countries, the African Union is still to be known, even at our universities, even in our teachings. The students, they know very little about the African Union. We teach more about United Nations, European unions, and other international organizations, and very little on the African Union. So much is still to be done. And I think, in our view, if we have to get there, to the Africa we want, our people should be involved. The African Union cannot be only the union of politicians, the union of heads of states, the union of parliamentarians coming from time to time to meet, to discuss, and they go back to their countries, and nothing happens on the ground, and the people are left. I think we have to do more. Africa cannot progress and get where it has to be if we do not involve our people at the domestic level. We have to do that. And we cannot make any progress if we ourselves, at the domestic level, we do not engage with the governments in our different countries. Yesterday, listening to the chairperson, to the president of the Pan-African Parliament, it was interesting to hear from him. What have you done? When he was questioning, in fact, the bilan, as I would say, of the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament. So, Mr. Chair, Honorable Chair, we really have to do more. And in some of our countries, people are asking, the Africa we want, when are you going to start? And in some of our countries, some people also are questioning about independence. When is independence ending? Because here we are still with the same issues. The fathers of the Organization of African Unity were discussing in the early 60s. Too much rhetoric, too much speech, and nothing happening on the ground. And we think if the Pan-African Parliament has to get the same powers as parliaments at the domestic level, but we need the charter to be amended. We need to amend, we have to amend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and many other EU instruments to give power to the Pan-African Parliament. It cannot happen just like that. So we have to work with the heads of state, with our heads of state and the governments to make this happen. African Union, 20 years on, there are still many instruments of the African Union which have not been signed, which have not been ratified by many EU member states. We cannot get there. If we do not, we ourselves, if we do not sign all the EU instruments and ratify them, I'm not going to list the number of instruments which have not been signed or ratified by EU member states. And then will come the issue of implementation. I think many presidents, many honorable colleagues spoke to that. So coming back again, my view is that since this year we are commemorating the 20th anniversary of the African Union, the discussion should go on. And let me end again by speaking about the DRC. And we appreciate so much that many colleagues from Malawi, from Zimbabwe, and many others referred to the DRC. Because the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, has got an important role in the future of our continent. We cannot get the Africa we want if we do not have a peaceful, prosperous Democratic Republic of Congo. We can't. Some gathering we have been talking about climate change and so on, but many people referring to the Congo basin and so on. We cannot get to that without the DRC at peace, with ourselves and also with the neighbors. And yesterday we referred quite clearly about the aggression the country is facing. I'm not going back to that. I think that was said yesterday and very eloquently. There should be peace in the DRC. Foreign countries, not coming back to what I said, no polemics about that. Rwanda should stop, and others, they should stop. We need the peace, because without peace, we don't get nowhere. And people also referred, thanks very much, Honorable Speaker of Zimbabwe. But the Inga Dam, we can provide electricity to the entire continent and part of it to Europe. And then we look at what we need as electricity in South Africa, in Zimbabwe, in SADC region, and elsewhere. If we could focus on that, on some projects which could contribute to the making of the Africa we want. And again, let's say for the Congo River, a few years ago, Professor Cheikh Anta Diop of Senegal, the well-known historian, Professor Cheikh Anta Diop, he said that it was possible to take water from the Congo River and to fight the desert in Chad, in Libya. And that also could contribute to the Africa we want. So let me finish as Professor Issa Shivji of Tanzania said, we cannot be a crying continent. We should be a fighting continent. And the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, as the heart of the continent, we are fully committed to that. We are fully committed to playing our role in the making of the Africa we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the DRC. I would now like to invite Papa Biram Touré, the Speaker from Senegal. You have the floor, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable speakers of national assemblies, I would firstly like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to participate in this conference. The meeting went very well yesterday, and we are going to be a bit more pragmatic and brief in our speeches today. So let me say that the main objective in Agenda 2063, objective number 7, is the objective of an Africa that acts as an influential stakeholder and actor on the international scene. President Macky Sall, who is currently also president of the African Union currently. Chairperson of the African Union, has expressed the desire that Africa is heard more in international dialogue and debate. And it is time for our partners to accept, to give the African Union a seat in the G20. We must have a seat at the table for us to be able to discuss issues of the world with our partners in the rest of the world. Africa has waited too long to obtain 2 seats on the Security Council of the United Nations with a right to veto. And Africa must be able to be influential on the international scene and take its rightful place. I also wanted to speak about aspiration number 1, which is a prosperous Africa based on inclusive, sustainable economic development. In order for us to achieve this objective, we have to take note of the following aspect of this aspiration, and that is inclusive growth. As we have noted, in the various different countries, the different problems that we are experiencing are often coming from our border areas where often there is a lack of investments and a lack of oversight. And so we need to ensure that certain regions and areas really feel the presence of the state and the implication and involvement of the state, so that this kind of problem does not occur, and so that we do indeed have the development of Africa through inclusive economic development and growth. During our debates, we spoke about the potential wealth of Africa, and that this depends on the availability of land and the fact that we have a very young population, and this young population should be the behind the growth that we are looking for, and in particular in terms of agriculture, if we really are to become the breadbasket of the world. For centuries we have been farming in Africa, but we need to do it in such a way to ensure that we are able to feed our populations. And this means that we need to adapt our farming processes and mechanisms. We need to modernize our agricultural sectors, and we need to really focus on this in the future in order to develop mechanisms that will enable us to have the necessary means to promote and develop agriculture in our countries. But we also need to involve the private sector, and we need to encourage the private sector to invest in agriculture. And the private sector should participate in national development, in economic growth, and promoting this growth. But we have seen in Africa that the private sector seems to focus on other fields like property, construction, etc. So we need to create the mechanisms to facilitate financing and investment in agriculture, to make agriculture attractive to investors and the private sector.
Regarding a united Africa, it is imperative that Africa comes up with internal mechanisms that would allow it to tackle the various challenges related to production and development. Take the case of mineral resources. Unfortunately, we don't have the requisite means to improve them, and we have therefore to have recourse to investors from outside, whether it be gas, oil, or any other minerals. We need to have instruments that are African at heart, that are able then to facilitate negotiations that we carry out with other countries and sign contracts in such a way that we defend the interest of the continent. By the same token, to have financial mechanisms. We have ADB and other mechanisms. I think we need to come up with additional institutions, and we need to have institutions that are innovative and also make sure that both the private sector and the government are able to raise sufficient funds to buttress the economic development of our respective countries. The topics that we have on Agenda 2063 encompass the various items that are required for a prosperous Africa. The issue at hand is how to make them operational on the ground and in the timelines that are set out. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me give the floor to Honorable Jaka from the Gambia. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President, Your Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, members of the Bureau, honorable speakers from the various legislative bodies, clerk and staff, and our distinguished resource persons. Let me first of all thank the President and Bureau for rekindling hope in us. Your takeoff as a new body mandated to oversee the affairs of this continental institution has definitely rekindled hope in us. We wish you every success. I will reflect on the two presentations this morning. There's the African Governance Architecture under Agenda 2063. Of course, African governance architecture is informed by Agenda 2063, because Agenda 2063 goes to dissect Africa's problems and to carve way out for Africa to meet its challenges. It's a social and economic transformation that would ensure a peaceful and prosperous Africa anchored on good governance, democracy, human rights, and rule of law. I want to take off from where my friend, the Honorable Speaker from Sierra Leone, left. That's the issue of effective implementation of programs, the missing links, and the need to break those links. He limited it to international instruments or protocols. I want to take it a bit broader, make it a bit broader. It is evident that the African Union Commission has carved out the way forward for Africa in Agenda 2063, though probably only on paper. We are aware that the African Union Commission is part of the executive. They are being overseen by the executive. And we are equally aware that parliaments are people's representatives mandated with legislative oversight and representative powers that could have oversight and ensure effective implementation of programs. Bearing that in mind, and look at the state of the Pan-African Parliament 18 years on, I tend to believe that the only way we can ensure effective implementation of programs, especially at the African Union Commission, is for them to find a way of situating parliaments, both continental, regional, and national parliaments, in their equation to ensure effective implementation. They cannot on their own oversee and ensure implementation of programs, wonderful programs that have been mapped out. But at best, they are on paper. So that we have these two key institutions of the executive and the legislative. And we also want the whole agenda to be people-driven. And we are the representatives of those people. I think it is important that the African Union Commission situates parliaments in their equation for effective implementation of programs. That link must be there. It must start with the continental institution like the Pan-African Parliament, goes to regional parliaments, national parliaments. If you sincerely and honestly situate us properly, then the journey begins for effective implementation of programs. Otherwise, it looks like we're going one step forward and two steps backward, because you cannot ensure implementation. So, Honorable Vice President, I would also want to know whether we will have copies of the presentations that will inform us probably when we go back home. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My take is that I have in my hands the last speaker, so that we can now see the end of the tunnel regarding the interventions of the honorable speakers of our various national parliaments. To this end, let me invite Honorable Kenzie Amos Masando from South Africa to take us to the final final end of this program.
Chair, let me begin by
extending my greetings to all the participants. And I also wish to express our appreciation to President Charumbira and the Peru for organizing this important conference. We, like others, welcome and embrace all the presentations. We hope and trust that our intervention will add a voice to this important debate and engagement. We stand foursquare behind the Pan-African Parliament Malabo protocol, but wish to say the following. That Article 5.1a of the reviewed protocol provides that the National Parliament or other deliberative bodies shall elect from outside its membership 5 members of the Pan-African Parliament. This article places an obligation on our national parliament to elect independent people who are not members of parliament to represent the interests of the country at the continental level in PAP. Article 5 of the protocol is raising many questions. For instance, how would these independent people account to Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, and what recourse would Parliament have against those independent people if they fail to or refuse to account to Parliament? Article 5.6 of the protocol is also concerning. Article 5.6 provides that for the avoidance of doubt, a member of a national parliament or other deliberative body is eligible to contest an election to PAP. However, if elected, he or she shall resign from the national parliament or other deliberative body. Members of parliament are elected to represent the interests of the people in parliament and to account for every aspect of their work as the representatives of the people. Why should a member of parliament resign from national parliament after being elected as member of the Pan-African Parliament? What should be the constituency of an elected member, and where would that member account for the work that he or she does in PAP? And how would that member get re-elected if there are no clear accountability mechanisms to measure his or her performance? Article 10.1 and 2 of the protocol is also concerning. Article 10.1 of the protocol provides that the Pan-African parliaments parliamentarians should be paid allowance by the respective state parties. Why should state parties continue to pay allowances to independent people elected outside the normal electoral processes of the member state? How would the state parties account to its citizens for paying allowances to independent people who are not members of the national parliament, or for people who do not account to the national parliament for their activities as members of PAP? Article 12.5 of the protocol is also concerning. As it provides that the term of the president and vice president of the Bureau shall be 2.5 renewables once. Contrary to this provision, Article 6.1 of the protocol provides that the term of member of the PAP shall be 5-year renewable once. Why is president and vice president term different from that of other members of PAP? This will create unnecessary instability and disruption in the office of the president and vice president. For instance, the 2.5-year term of president and vice president will come to an end while they are still trying to familiarize themselves with the work of PAP before they begin to implement their programs. If not aligned to the 5-year term limit of ordinary members of PAP, the 2.5-year term limit of president and vice president might create unnecessary high turnover and prevent the PAP from implementing its objectives. Article 23 of the protocol is also of great concern. The article provides that the other organs of the AU, except the Assembly, the Council, and the Court, shall forward their activity reports annually to the Pan-African Parliament by the third month of each succeeding year. This article is of great concern because it seeks to entrench the current status of PAP that is less effective and powerless to enforce accountability for all AU member states and organs of the AU. If PAP is the legislative organ of the AU, why should the Assembly of Heads of State and Government and the Executive Council of Ministers of the AU be exempted from accounting to the Pan-African Parliament by forwarding their activity reports to it like all other organs, as other members have already made the comment? All the important provisions of the review protocol, Article 19.2 of the protocol is one of the most important provisions of the reviewed protocol. Article 19.2 provides that PAP shall periodically submit a report in writing on its work to the national parliament or other deliberative bodies for information. Copies of such reports shall be submitted to the ministers with responsibilities for foreign affairs, African Union affairs, and or of regional integration. This is a very important step as it seeks to ensure accountability. The submission of these reports will ensure that national parliaments knows what the PAP is doing and, where necessary, debate the reports of the Pan-African Parliament. This could also popularize the PAP in the member states and indeed in communities, as has been raised by other participants. The submission of the PEP reports to national parliaments could also enable national parliaments to make inputs and mandate its delegation in the PEP to make the proposals or raise issues of concern for consideration by Pan-African Parliament. Article 43 of the revised protocol is a huge positive shift from the current protocol. For instance, in a huge step to rectify gender imbalances created by the existing protocols, which states that in each delegation of a member state to the PAP, at least one member must be a woman. The revised and Malabo protocol states that at least 2 of the elected members shall be women. It further states that a delegation which does not satisfy this requirement shall not have the right to be accredited for representation in Parliament. Therefore, the unfair issue of gender imbalance in the delegation of member states to PAP will be resolved upon ratification of the Malabo protocol. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. As I said earlier, we can see the end of the tunnel. That's why I would like to remind the meeting of what we're going to do right now. Honorable Speaker, you have listened, I think, with keen interest to the various statements made by the honorable speakers, who represent the various national parliaments. Contributions have been made, as well as observations and questions. Now, on Agenda 2023, or rather 2063, which is a major undertaking of the African Union, and on FTA, which should be this instrument to encourage free movement of people and goods. I think you have followed the various matters relating to AGA, and for a better engagement between the various AU institutions to enshrine democracy, good governance, and human rights across the continent. Once that is said, let me propose what follows. We are going to stop for a while because we are behind our schedule with regard to the timelines given to us on the program. We're going to take this break to take pictures, and the various speakers also to prepare their answers, and we will have in the first part of the list, Mr. Brian, because we had two statements this morning, then we listened to Ambassador Sala, and the last statement will come for the Honorable Speaker of the South African Parliament, who will intervene and tell us exactly what we ought to do when we come back. And we'll then have to listen to the legal advisor, because all these issues which have been raised, I think, are to do with the legal advisor of the Pan-African Parliament. Now, there's something that was brought here. Somebody probably lost it. These are spectacles left in one of the cars that brought the honorable speakers to the meeting. If you recognize them, please come over and collect them. So we break for the pictures and then we come back soon after. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la séance photo.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the photo session. We will now resume our proceedings.
Bonjour. Oui, ça va, Monsieur le Président. Je disais merci beaucoup.
I was saying thank you very much. I think that the photo session with the President of the Pan-African Parliament is done. We are going to resume our proceedings. I was saying earlier that when we announced the photo session, we could begin again with responses and answers. I had also said that the contribution of South Africa called for aspects that involve the legal council of the African Union. And I think that in order to be more efficient, we are going to listen to the last contributor, the legal counsel, who will tell us about the Malabo Protocol, its ratification, as well as ratification of other instruments of the African Union. The Malabo Protocol is probably the instrument that will allow our parliament to go from one stage to another. The protocol of 2014 has provisions that are still current. That Pan-African Parliament is the legislative arm of the African Union. As you have noted, and we will never say this enough, the Pan-African Parliament currently is a consultative organ of the African Union. Our aspirations is that this parliament becomes a legislative organ with all the powers needed. To understand what is around all of that, we are going to invite our guide in terms of legal matters within the African Union. I should like to invite Dr. Guy Fleury, Legal Counsel of the African Union, to make his contribution. Thank you.
Honorable Monsieur le Président du Parlement.
Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Speakers of national and regional parliaments, Honorable Chair, ladies and gentlemen, it is a singular honor and pleasure to be before you this afternoon to tell you about the ratification of the treaties of the African Union. As the chair of the session told you, my name is Guy Fleury Mutwari, and I am legal counsel of the African Union. The objective of my presentation today comes from the aspiration number 3 of the 2063 agenda, and Africa with good governance, justice, human rights, and rule of law. And that is an attribution of the Pan-African Parliament. The legal council is the guardian of all legal instruments at the African Union. This is why I am delighted to have accepted this invitation from the Pan-African Parliament through its President, Honorable Chief Charumbira, and his bureau, and also for the opportunity to take the floor on a platform that only the Pan-African Parliament could offer, and that is a platform gathering speakers of national and regional parliaments who play a key role in governance on the continent, and particularly on issues such as treaties and the ratification thereof.
I will switch to English. This presentation will focus on 4 main points. Slide number 2. First, the background of the OAU-AU treaties, trends, challenges of signature and ratification of OAU-AU treaties, measures taken to accelerate ratification and implementation of treaties, and finally, proposed core actions areas. So firstly, what are we talking about? Some facts and statistics to give you an idea of the context. Since the inception of the Organization of African Unity in 1963 and the African Union in 2002, the policy organs of both structures have adopted 77 legal instruments. Of the 77 legal instruments, 17 are statutes creating organs and institutions of the Union, and they normally enter into force upon adoption by the Assembly. The remaining 60 treaties do require member states to indicate their consent to be bound by them in the form of signature and/or ratification accession. Out of the 60 treaties, only 36 have entered into force as of now, leaving a total of 24 treaties that are yet to enter into force, waiting submission of the requisite number of instruments of ratification accession by member states. The adopted legal instruments across various subject areas. That's slide number 4. I would indicate here also that the Constitutive Act of the African Union is so far the only treaty to date that has achieved a status of universal ratification, followed by the African Charter on Human Rights, nearing ratification of the 55 state parties or member states of the African Union. The oldest treaty that is yet to enter into force is the Inter-African Convention establishing an African Technical Cooperation Program adopted in 1975, meaning 47 years ago. The last treaty to enter into force is the Treaty for the Establishment of the African Medicines Agency, AMA, which has entered into force on 5th November 2021 upon the deposit of the 15th instrument of ratification by the Republic of Cameroon. The latest treaty to be adopted is the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and on the right of citizens to social protection and social security, which was adopted during the 30th ordinary session of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government last February 2022. So here, what are the strong current trends that we observe? That is the second point of my presentation, illustrated in the table under your eyes. From the foregoing table, the year 2018 had registered the highest number of signatures and ratification with 177 signatures and 50 ratifications. This is largely due to the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area that had received a considerable number of signatures and ratification upon its adoption in March 2018, yes. In comparison, in 2021, the status of signatures and ratification of the OAU-AU stand at 17 and 40, respectively, with regard to the signatures and ratification. This downward trend may have been caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. If I may, Honorable President, I will pass over this point very quickly and let the honorable speakers and President to come back to it, if necessary, through the discussions. Now, as a third point, a review of the challenges. At the outset, it is to be underscored that challenges of ratification and implementation of AU-OAU treaties is a long-standing issue affecting most of treaties across the board. For example, aside the statutes that do not require signature and ratification, only 2 treaties adopted since 2014 to date have entered into force. These are, as I previously said, the ACFTA agreement and the treaty establishing AMA, the African Medicine Agency. Despite the growing rate of ratification, the pace of ratification remains sluggish and below the expectation of the Union. Hence, there is a lot more that needs to be done to further deliver on the ratification of our treaties. Of the 17 treaties adopted since 2014, including the Malabo Protocol, which relate to the Pan-African Parliament, and which require signature and ratification, a total of 323 signatures and 142 ratifications have been received. That is an average of 19 signatures and 8 ratifications per treaty. It is worth to note the most OAU treaties require a minimum of 15 instruments of ratification to enter into force. Among the few treaties that require more ratification is the protocol to the Constitutive Act relating to the Pan-African Parliament, called also the Malabo Protocol, which requires 28 ratification. The slow pace of ratification remains a constant, despite repeated appeal to member states to commence the process of ratification of treaties within 1 year of the ratification. But in concrete terms, what are the blocking factors? Honorable speakers and President, let me identify them by listing them very quickly in broad categories. without expanding on them substantially. First of all, capacity challenges, which can be cascaded in human resources, technical capacity, also financial resources. Second, complexity of some legal instrument. 3, inconsistencies in some legal instrument or in the translation. This needs to be highlighted. 4, controversial provisions or proposals in some legal instruments that may seem to be problematic. 5, bureaucratic inefficiencies. 6, slow parliamentary processes. 7, political will. 8, an insufficient African, what I would put in bracket, polity, as critical mass of African citizens, and this has been highlighted through your discussions, and civil society organizations have not been involved in the elaboration of those instruments. If you allow me now, I will go for the 4th point of my presentation, which are the measures taken to accelerate signature and ratification of treaties. Regarding strategies to speed up ratification of treaties, the policy organs, here to be understood, it is the Assembly and the Executive Council, has established a ministerial committee on the challenges of ratification or accession and implementation of OAU-AU treaties, with different functions that you can see in the slides in front of you. But you will let me draw your attention to objectives C, D, and E, which read as follows. Advocate for the ratification, domestication, and implementation of OAU treaties by all member states. This is the core mandate of this ministerial committee. In C, this committee shall identify strategies to encourage member states to commence the process of ratification of existing treaties, not yet ratified or acceded to, and for future treaties within 1 year of their adoption. The committee shall also determine appropriate roles of the AU organs, in particular the Pan-African Parliament, the Commission, the specialized technical committees on justice and legal affairs, and AU ECOSOC, which may play in advocacy and sensitization campaigns of the AU treaties ratification. And finally, the committee shall work with member states to establish institutional mechanisms to speed up the ratification process and ensure incorporation of AU treaties into national legislations, as well as the implementation of the treaties. I wish also to indicate that this ministerial committee became operational with the adoption of its rules of procedure in Malabo in June 2014, and has already submitted several reports containing an important number of concrete proposals. On measures taken in order to accelerate the signature and ratification of treaties, allow me also to dwell on what the Commission, the AU Commission, has also been undertaking as activities to promote the rate and pace of ratification of AU treaties. The AU Commission, particularly through the Office of the Legal Counsel, but also some other departments, have engaged some stakeholders in workshops to popularize and brainstorm on strategies to accelerate the ratification of AU treaties. We have also organized an AU Law Week in order to sensitize member states on the ratification of some legal instrument. Finally, to conclude my presentation, the last point concerns some proposed core action areas for discussions. On the need to accelerate the rate and pace of signature and ratification, and the ultimate goal being to attain universal ratification for all AU treaties, the following core actions have been proposed as a way forward. First, the enhancement of national sectorial committee. This is an opportunity, Honorable President and speakers of national parliaments, to recall that one of the recommendations validated by the ministerial committee mentioned above is the need to create national sector committees. Subject to the reality of each member state on the issue of ratification and implementation of treaties, the National Sectoral Committee is composed of representatives of Ministry of Foreign Affairs or External Relations, representative of national parliament, including active involvement of Secretary Generals, representatives also of Ministry of Justice, as well as representatives from other sectoral ministries. Each member state is encouraged to operationalize this cross-sectoral committee to address challenges of ratifying and implementing aid treaties. Those committees at the national level are expected to assist in the ratification process. In this regard, speakers of parliament, national parliament, members of PAP, as well as other members of national parliament are key stakeholders in this process. As such, they should play a more proactive role. While member states may consider the above composition taking into account their own local realities, the main point remains to be that a national sectorial committee should comprise of members that play a critical role in signature, ratification, and implementation of treaties. Second proposal, it's the institutionalization of a platform for interaction between the Pan-African Parliament on one hand and national and sub-regional parliaments on the other. May I say that this is a personal proposal, and I'm quite comfortable and confident in making it before you, especially as different honorable speakers from Sierra Leone, from Ghana, made it before me and in a more eloquent manner. Honorable speakers, it is well known that national parliaments play an important role in the ratification process of treaties, whatever the legal system we are using on our continent. It is therefore time for national and regional parliaments to be more involved and even take the lead in this process. The institutionalization of this platform could achieve, at least in my view, three objectives. First, to take into account the political and legal realities and specificities of each of our AU member states. And from there, two other objectives. First, strategies accompanied by concrete proposals for action could therefore be debated and decided upon during these platform meetings, before being subject of an annual evaluation or assessment during the meetings of this interaction platform. This is my humble proposal submitted to your appreciation. Finally, other proposed core action areas of the following are advocacy and walking visits to targeted member states to liaise with senior officials and national stakeholders. This visit will involve walking sessions with the heads of state of government, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Justice, senior officials of national parliaments, national sectorial committees, as well as UN agencies and civil society organizations. We could also solicit resources to provide technical assistance to member states facing challenges on signature and ratification of AU treaties. And also the organization and promotion of exchange of experience among the national sectorial committees and other stakeholders on the initiatives being undertaken to speed up signature and ratification of AU treaties. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Legal Advisor, Legal Counsel. We've listened to his presentation, which is an information session. But obviously, the idea was to give us the state of ratification of the Malabo Protocol and other legal instruments of the African Union. He told us on what he was basing his discussion, aspiration number 3, and other instruments on rule of law. And he also gave us the challenges and the measures to accelerate ratification of other pending documents. I don't think I cannot turn down the interventions of speakers. I remember that he said he came here just to give us information. If you request the floor, I will give it to you. However, if we take 1 or 2 hands, we'll give you 2 minutes only to ask questions or make interventions based on this information session. And after that, we're going to take a break just to recover and have lunch that is waiting for us and has been waiting for us for a while now. I give you the floor. Yes, dear respected speaker from Sierra Leone.
Before assuming my present role as Speaker of Parliament, I had served ECOWAS as the Executive Secretary of that institution before. And I just want to take this opportunity to share my own experience in ECOWAS with the Legal Counsel of the AU. In addition to the national committee platform that has been established, there is some additional work you can do at the regional level, at the AU level, which is prepare every summit meeting of heads of state a list of the instruments that have to be ratified by member states and indicate the status of ratification and have that distributed to each and every head of state present. Let them see their position, more or less set them up to compete among themselves. That's what I did in ECOWAS, and we recorded 100% record in getting ECOWAS members to ratify their protocols. When heads of state see what position they've occupied, the first thing they will do is to turn to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and ask, what's happening? What's going on? This is insulting. I'm ashamed. Look at my position. You will see it worked wonders for us, and I'm sure it will work wonders for you. Just try it. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur. Thank you very much, Speaker. I believe that after his brilliant intervention, like I mentioned earlier, we're going to give you the floor, 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes maximum. And I just want to reassure the various speakers of national parliaments that we are going to a request from all the presenters that they send us their presentations so that we forward them to you. And I believe that the final communication that shall be done at the end of this gathering between 2 or 3 p.m. Maybe some of you will not be there, but rest assured that the Pan-African Parliament will take all measures necessary to give you all the information necessary regarding this last section of the today's activities. So I just want to give you the floor to make an intervention following the questions and comments and anything that you would like to add. I give you the floor. Thank you.
I'm coming in to make a few remarks regarding the interventions from the floor. I'll start with the one with respect to flagship project number 5 on silencing the guns. I would say, in one phrase, if brothers fight to death, it is the neighbor who inherits their kingdom, and end on that one. And then I'll proceed to implementation of Agenda 2063 flagship projects. The design of Agenda 2063 is such that the documentation is crafted at continental levels in collaboration with the regional economic communities. What should happen is that at national level, member states are encouraged to establish Agenda 2063 national committees that will frequently feed into the continental reporting system. And just to respond to a question from Honorable Mdenda regarding the M&E framework, it is indeed incorporated, and we have done a comprehensive assessment of the implementation of Agenda 2063 at national level when I will engage with colleagues so that we send that report to yourselves so that you can also assess yourselves at national level through the relevant structures. And then finally, there is a comment from regarding inclusion. Aspiration number 6 of the Agenda 2063, it reflects that the process has to be people-driven. So we are indeed championing a process that is people-centered. And also, to allay your fears, we recently completed the 2010-2020 decade of women. So the recommendations from that will then have to cascade into other engagements when designing policies. So the point of that is that continental initiatives are now gender inclusive. There is that component to take care of the women and the girl child and youth. Thank you, Chair. I yield the floor.
Thank you very much. Immediately we'll hand over to His Excellency Ambassador Salah.
Indeed, Your Excellency, Chairperson of this session. I wish to thank each and everyone who intervened with comments and inputs. All the comments and inputs have been taken note of, and certainly they will enrich the work of the African Governance Platform, the implementing arm of the African Governance Architecture. However, I would like to seize this opportunity, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to just reiterate or raise or address a few issues. One, certainly Africa belongs to all of us as Africans, and certainly there is a very strong role to play for our parliamentarians at all levels, national, continental, and regional, in building the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve. And that is why we're here today, to share this information with you, honorable speakers and members of parliament and national assemblies, certainly because we believe in your role for the ratification and implementation of AU shared values at the national level. Without your intervention, that ratification or universal ratification will never be achieved. But it is not really about the ratification only, as it has been mentioned by many interventions, that indeed there is really need to focus more on domestication and implementation as well as reporting. Without that, the issues related to accountability of implementation will not be addressed. Promoting peace dialogue and promotion of stability and peace and security, it is indeed one of the ultimate goal of our Agenda 2063. And that is why the AGA is inspired by Agenda 2063, in particular pillar 3 and 4 of the agenda. In addition to that, the citizen engagement in the process is extremely important, and that is why the African Union, as your continental organization, is promoting a number of programs and activities that will ensure the involvement of African citizenry in the political sphere of the continent. In addition to that, a number of policies have been and strategies have been introduced that of course includes, in addition to the free movement of goods, the free movement of persons, as well as the African passport, which will ensure the African citizenry movement across the continent. Last but not least, I want to end by repeating our slogan as African Union. If you are an African, you are the African Union. And certainly when there is a political will, we will together and collectively build the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve, the Africa that is united, prosperous, and peaceful. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm the one who thanks you. Finally, we'll give our floor to the legal counsel. Thank you very much, Mr. Session Chair, and I believe that the only intervention that was really addressed to me was the one by the Speaker of the Sierra Leonean Parliament, just to respond to what he's saying, that it's going to be an activity that we're going to do ourselves, so that is facilitating the signing of treaties during, or at least that we're going to ensure that we encourage the various countries to submit instruments for ratification, which we then present to the Summit of Heads of State. But also to say that to make the process a bit more competitive, I think what he said, his intervention is really important, and we're going to include that in our processes, and also to just go in the same wavelength, the institutionalization of this exchange platform, which actually has to be coordinated by the Pan-African Parliament, should ensure that we interact with national parliaments, and generally we don't have the possibility to interact with national parliaments. But then if the Pan-African Parliament institutionalizes these gatherings, we shall be able to come even next year with more comprehensive data, more detailed and concrete suggestions, so that we do assessments as well of what has been accomplished and what still needs to be done. Yes, once more, I want to reiterate my gratitude, and I present this suggestion before you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. I also want to sincerely thank, before I conclude, I think I see a hand. It's the Speaker of the Moroccan Parliament. Yes, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Session Chair. Before I conclude, I just want to apologize for taking the floor at this stage of the extraordinary gathering. We've come for traveled thousands of kilometers to come and participate in this gathering with our dear colleagues, speakers of the various assemblies and parliaments and senates. We're very happy to participate for the first time in and work with other speakers, and work also with Chief the President of the Pan-African Parliament and yourself, the Vice Presidents. But unfortunately, there is a profound regret that we wish to make. That's the protest of Morocco, of the Parliament of Morocco, with regards to the family photo, during which we were excluded. If that was done on purpose, I think it goes against the grain, and it goes against what the President of the Pan-African Parliament said, notably that the Pan-African Parliament is a forum to bring together all of Africa, one voice. It was just an issue of poor organization. If that is the case, then we advise you, and we do that together to improve the management practices so that no country is excluded, no country in this assembly is excluded, because we all belong here based on the last words of the legal counsel, that we are one Africa, and we should really ensure that all countries are involved and feel involved for a positive contribution. Thank you very much, Session Chair. Thank you very much. My sincere gratitude, and obviously it is true that yes, I have the floor. I'm chairing the session, and when I announced the photo session, there was this unfortunate incident, and we can only ascribe it to human error. And whenever we do things, we have sometimes a human error that can make certain things go wrong. And I think it's only the President of the Pan-African Parliament to really set the record straight, and he will take the podium later. And even before I conclude now, I need the President to come in and just say something in that regard. You have the floor, Mr. President. Mr. President? Mr. President? Just a second. I just want to hand the floor to the President of the Zimbabwe Parliament.
Vice President, can I address myself to Brian? He didn't indicate the periodical, or rather periodic M&E assessments. Is it going to be annually or every 5 years, so that we keep tag on how we are implementing Agenda 2063? On the national composition of the committee on implementation or ratification of the AU instruments, one area that we need to consider, or one sector that we need to consider, are our law faculties of universities. They must come in because they are the genius at law. So we need to involve them to dissect these instruments so that they can inform our regional parliaments, including our national parliaments. Finally, on the observation by Morocco, what should normally happen is, on the first morning session, when we have started the assembly meeting, that's when we should have a photo. I think in the program that had been catered for. For example, Egypt and others are not there, but they were there yesterday with a full house in the morning. That should be the time when the photo shoot should be taken in the future, so that we capture everybody. Others leave because of travel, arrangements, and if they don't travel, they might have to stay behind here for 2 days, 3 days. So it's important that we do the photo shoot on the first day, first session, and everybody is captured accordingly. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We have taken due note of your advice. In the meantime, you have raised another question and you've addressed it to the ones who are going to take the floor. We are going to give them the floor for a minute each because we can't reopen the question part. So after that, we'll give the floor to the President of the Pan-African Parliament, and then I'll conclude the session. You have the floor, sir.
I take note of the request for clarification on the M&E on Agenda 2063. The first 10 years, which is 2013 to 2023, is almost complete. And as I alluded earlier, the assessment in terms of how well we are doing as individual countries and regions as well, it will be shared through the laid down structures so that everything is formalized. Thank you, Chair. I yield the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The floor to the Pan-African Parliament President. You have the floor, sir.
To Vice President Chair, I had no intention of taking the floor. It's only to share, not to reply, not to share with the Speaker of Morocco. First of all, on behalf of the Bureau, I want to apologize if any situation caused you some pain or discomfort. But honestly, it was not designed by anyone. The arrangement for chairs and the labels on the chairs were done by staff, even junior to the clerk, who always do it anyway. When we were seated here, none in this room, including the clerk, was part of the arrangement of the chairs. So when we went there, the chairs were labeled. Mainly, of course, ECOWAS, the Bureau of PAP. I think I saw 2 others that were vacant. I did personally ask the protocol person when I saw the Speaker of Morocco refusing to sit or be part of the picture. I actually spoke to him and said, Speaker, come join others. But I didn't understand why he was like reluctant to join others. But later I realized it was that if he had no chair, he was not going to be part of the group. Then I called the protocol man who did say, look, are all these chairs, are all the speakers seated? He said, no, the chairs are not enough for all the speakers. Some speakers will be standing, some will sit. And unfortunately, of those that had no chairs was Morocco. I think others had been occupied by other speakers. And I want to confirm that we don't need actually to ask. There are speakers who were part of that group who were standing because they did not have chairs. Although Morocco took exception, they wanted a chair properly. Maybe next time we should make sure that we count the number of speakers and have enough chairs for the speakers present. Unfortunately, the protocol did not realize that the chairs were not enough. And anyway, we learn as we go. We learn about countries as we go, about people, about better arrangement as we go. I think next time it will be better organized. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. Let me conclude. Thank you for the honor bestowed upon me to manage the business of this meeting. How can I thank you, thank the speakers, without having the opportunity to thank those who gave us the opportunity to be here today? Who are they? These are the founding fathers and mothers of the OAU, established in 1963, as we were reminded of. They are the ones who gave us this opportunity. Thank you for Kwame Nkrumah, Modibo Keita, Sekou Touré, because their ambition was to unite Africans, to unite our countries, because without a union, we would not be as strong as we wish. And behind that, we needed to do away with vestiges of colonization and apartheid. Then I think the baton was given to a new generation. It is this new generation that established the organ in which we are working today, the unity of African countries created here in South Africa. And so if we want to do something, it has to be done with Agenda 2023 of the African Union, something that is laudable. But what is implementation without the involvement of populations? And African populations are represented in what we call the Pan-African Parliament. I think this is something important to remind ourselves of, because it is the interaction of all the citizens of this continent to be involved in discussions that lead to decisions that allow Africa to tackle its challenges. So we need to do so in a framework, because we're not going to organize referenda all the time so that we compare notes. And that's why the organization has come up with an institution that represents the peoples of Africa. So our most ardent wish is that this parliament be given all the powers that it requires. And together, we're going to see what is doable and what isn't. On that note, I then call the end of this meeting for this session, so that we come back at 2. Yesterday we had to go somewhere far. Here it was Santon, but the coupons you have remain valid. All the invited guests and the speakers are duly invited, so we go back to where we were yesterday for our lunch. Once again, thank you very much, and see you soon. The meeting is therefore suspended for the time.
Nous revenons dans cette salle à, nous disons, à 14h30. Non. Non, non. 14h.
We come back at, I think we need an hour at least to eat. So if we say, if we go at 14, then we come back at 15 hours. I think the invitation was given to us, and the time was actually on the invitation. We are, what is the time now? 13:42, so we'll be there at 2. Ah, 14:30. Fine.